Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of Cyber Stories. This is a hands-on parallel track of CyberChess, where we dive into real cyber incidents, real stories from the field, from the people who lived through them. Some might be a bit fun and entertaining, others a bit more tragic sometimes, or a bit different, but all in all, we learn, it's educational, and in some cases, influential as well, and inspiring. So my name is Dana Ludvig. I'm Cybersecurity Incident Analyst at the National CERT.LV Latvia, and I'll be your moderator for the CyberStory track, also for the day 2. Yesterday, we had 3 main topics that we discovered and dive into, like financial fraud, crisis and risk management, as well as the evolving threat landscape. We looked at hacktivism, botnets, artificial intelligence, and ransomware, and whatnot. Today, the first topic that we're going to dive into is supply chain integrity. This is something that is critical, and I think the importance will only rise over time. But no worries, we have experts from Netherlands, Poland, and Finland who walk us through all the itsy-bitsy details here. But before we dive into the topic, I have some few notes. First of all, regarding questions, please, you're encouraged to ask those. Those people who are online can use the Menti code. Can I have the Menti on the screen? Yeah, these are the partners without whom we wouldn't have the event, but the Menti code. So you can scan the Menti. Once you have a question, you can ask them via Menti, or you can vote for the question that you like the best. So I ask the speaker the question that's most interested to the audience. But I saw that on the big stage, the maple syrup worked very well. So I'm trying to give you presents here as well. So the first question from the crowd that will be asked to our next speaker will receive the infamous CyberChess socks, okay? So you can already start thinking about some juicy and nice questions. So you tell me that you're ready for questions, so here you go. Second thing, the information classification. So you might have noticed that in the agenda, we have a few presentations that have the TLP amber in front of it. That's the traffic light protocol amber. That means please no pictures, please no recording of the video. You can share the information within the organization, but don't print it on a t-shirt or post it on social media or others. So please respect that. As a cybersecurity, I'm sure we will, but just as a reminder. So that's enough with the notes, but to start us off, we have a speaker who I'd say is someone who literally dives into a cloud, but not just to enjoy the view, but rather to look for vulnerabilities. So he's the founder and CEO of Modat, one of our supporters of the conference as well, head of research at CSERT Global, and a PhD researcher at Leiden University. He's an ethical hacker, an emphasis to the ethical here, with disclosures to NASA, Porsche, and Dutch Ministry of Defense. So not shabby, huh? He'll share under the TLP amber here, so therefore for online participants, sorry, next time come to the in person. How proactive research can make cloud environments safer. So please, we're welcome to Sufan El Yadmani. The floor is all yours.
Thanks,
So the next speaker that we have here, I don't think he's a favorite for a lot of vendors because he's not afraid to peek behind the curtains and check out, do they really talk the talk and walk the walk of how they say they're secure. So he's a co-founder of Bad Rap, security researcher who will tell us about the lessons learned from checking 3,000 vendors from 200 companies. So I'm sure there will be a lot of interesting and fun stories, examples, some actionable tips as well have been promised. So maybe some tips how you can also check your supply chain integrity. So I think you're getting, again, here ready for good laughs and maybe some surprises on the way. Please welcome Jani Kentala. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank all the arrangers and the people over here. It has been a very wonderful conference so far. I lost part of my voice because I've been talking so much to you all. So let's give a hand to ourselves and the arrangers for a great job. Okay, you mentioned that I'm not a favorite for many vendors. I don't like things to be that way. It would be wonderful if we could turn something like giving bad news to vendors, if we could turn it to something positive. So this presentation is a story about how the Finnish government sponsored vendor supply chain checks for 150 companies and what we learned from that. And basically it's about bringing bad news to vendors. You have an issue when they didn't ask us to do so. So, every once in a while you see these blue and white style slides. These are loaned from the public report of Traficom. I will explain the scenario in a second. But the main point is all started with them sponsoring this check to 150 Finnish critical infrastructure companies. And they ended up naming 2,300 vendors. Ever since, that number has grown a little bit, but the lessons learned have actually not changed. A few words about myself. So I'm basically these days I'm jack of all trades. I have a technical background. I started off as a security researcher, but once I became an entrepreneur, I have done basically anything related to running a cybersecurity company, from those deliveries to sales and marketing and stuff like that. So I'm slightly too abstract these days, but this is something I was very much involved in. Why you might be interested? Well, do you need hope? In cybersecurity, things look bad quite often. Last presentation, we were thinking about shocking results. And our mindset can be focusing on the things that are broken and stuff like that. So I'm trying to bring a slightly different angle today. There is hope. Maybe you want to know that what if you would check your own vendors, or what's the likelihood how they would behave. Maybe you have seen when buying something from the vendors, doing contracts, everybody takes cybersecurity seriously on paper. What would be the actual thing that they do? Maybe you want to do this yourself, so there will be some do-it-yourself instructions. Maybe you are a vendor for someone. Maybe you get already these kind of reports. Maybe you suffer for vulnerability scanner spam. You know, you have like 150 issues, and from those 150, when you truly go through them, maybe one is a real one. So maybe you wanna learn how to distinguish the things that you need to do instead of even being scammed, or at least if you are facing a denial of service from these kind of reports. And maybe, hopefully, there are someone from the government. The message of hope is also for you. You don't need to be watching how things are bad in your country. You don't need to be worrying that why nobody is doing something. There are actually practical ways to help companies and to inspire them to do cyber better ways. So the Finnish collaboration, it has, I'm proud to be a Finn in a sense that in cyberspace, Finnish collaboration with the critical infra companies, with the cybersecurity companies, that has had a ripple effect to the world also. Many different ways. This is just one of them. So how it works in Finland, we have something special. We have a national emergency supply agency. It was formed around 19th. The idea was that if there's a crisis, we need to have enough oil, we need to have enough wheat, food, things like that. At some point of time, we realized that, hey, internet and the services on the internet are actually also critical, and we cannot store them in caves. They just need to be running. So that's an area we need to pay attention. So they have been funding this National Cybersecurity Center in Finland, and they have done practical things to secure the Finnish critical infrastructure. And in this particular campaign, they sponsored the supply chain check for 150 companies, and that ended up for helping or checking 2,300 vendors. And these were global. So surprise, surprise, Finnish critical infra companies have also global vendors. So there was an effect. Everybody asks that when you start reporting to your vendors their issues, will they get mad? What did you do? Is this legal? And things like this. Well, the overwhelming experience, the worst reaction from vendors we got was silence. So that was the worst. So most are thankful, as we saw in the previous presentation. And the best ones, they take pride. They brag on the internet that we have fixed our vulnerabilities and thank the people who reported them. So in this campaign, a number of companies or vendors with mature processes, they were thanking the campaign members, they were thanking the NCSCFI, and were telling their customers that we take these things seriously. So these are the best of the best. How many of you have already started thinking about we need to be checking vendors, or we need to, there's NIS2 coming in here as well, and there's regulation to do vendor risk assessment. So how many are currently wondering that how to do it? Only a few hands. Yeah, a little bit more? Yeah. Let's ask 6 months from now and see how many hands, or next time. Okay, you might be facing this question. So how to do it? What do we have currently? What could we do? So I divide these different ways to do it. There are ways to do it easily. There are ways that are laborious. Then there are ways to do it so that we check the symptoms and assess the risks based on the symptoms. And there are ways to actually make improvements on our supply chain. So one very easy way to do it is just to buy vendor risk scores. So there are services, you can go give them some money and they will tell that we have scanned them and here's the risk score. Very easy. Unfortunately, just looking at those scores, not communicating to the vendors, it really doesn't change anything. You just can either accept the risk or not accept the risk, but that's it. So, but that's also the part that makes it easy. Then if you want to actually start pushing for improvements, the usual way is that you impose requirements in the contracting phase. You maybe ask questions how you are doing this. And now we are getting some improvements. But the problem is that you cannot do that with everyone. So there are lots of SaaS services, you just show your credit card and stuff like that, so that's a little bit problematic. And there's another problem that vendor might think that everything is great, but it's not. So answering stuff on paper, you might need to still, it could be different in reality. Well, then you can do audits. Now it's even a little bit more laborious. You can do this only for a handful of your vendors. But now you are getting actual practical results, checking how they are doing, and pushing for fixes. So this is great, but it's very laborious. So the challenge from the Finnish government was that isn't there really anything that could scale to large numbers, but still have some improvements. So this approach was developed based on this challenge. And here it how it goes. So Ketju Tonttu is a Finnish word. Tonttu means Santa's little helper. So everybody knows Santa Claus is from Finland, not from the North Pole. And Ketju means chain, so it's kind of like was Santa's little helpers for the supply chain. And this is how it goes. So number one, when somebody participates in this campaign, we help them to identify their vendors. They ask questions like, who should we name? Do we only name the SaaS service providers? How about our telcos? How about insurance company, banks, stuff like that? We say that anyone who somehow has access to information about you. Then when that's done, now automation kicks in and starts digging for different vulnerabilities. I will talk about that in a moment, that how it's done and what kind of vulnerabilities. So in this case, there were like 330 vendors who had fairly easy to find vulnerabilities. But some of them had like many issues, so it was like 856 issues that we reported. And now comes the important part. You need to be reporting those. So everybody has vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities come and go. It's, from my perspective, it's more important how do they behave once they become aware that they are vulnerabilities. What happened? Maybe we get the screen back. We ended up helping the vendors via email exchange typically. We ended up exchanging a little bit over 1,000 messages. There we go, thank you. And then there was also every participant could run the same checks for themselves. So this was basically what was done. So do you want to do this by yourself? First of all, you need to figure out who are your vendors. If you are lucky, your company is already tracking your vendors. You have a readily made list. Then it can be easily that the list is too big already and you need to prioritize. If you don't have that list, you can go around, ask from the procurement what we have, who are our vendors, go to different departments, talk to your colleagues, what do they know. You can poll people. From the technical side, you can list your own domains that you are using. You can look at the DNS records, who have we authorized to act on our behalf. Microsoft is allowed to send email by using our name, things like that. And then you can do external attack surface mapping. There's lots of tools for that. So you can check what you have, like what kind of things are visible about you in the internet. So now you have your vendor list. Then you do like an external attack surface mapping. So the things that some marketing dollars have already suggested that you should be doing to yourself, and actually not only marketing dollars, NIS2, for example, requires this. Now you just do it for your vendors. And there are plenty of tools. If you want to go the open source route, there are like subfinders and AMAs and things that you can use. But be careful. We'll talk about that in a moment. You can find subdomains from certificate transparency logs. Maybe you have access to some passive DNS services, so on and so forth. Now, let's talk about finding the vulnerabilities. So in this method, the idea was to find issues that you can go and find without asking a permission. So we did a couple of design choices. Like, for example, we can go and look for exposed services. Are there any exposed databases? Maybe somebody has heard there was a terrible incident in Finland when this psychology center lost all their patient data because they had exposed their database to the internet. So you can go on things like this. Where we draw the line is that when, for example, we find a database which is exposed, we didn't try to log in and see what kind of data there is. It's like 99% of the time, it's an accident already, an issue already that the database is exposed, so we stop there and go to the reporting phase. You can find, we found like servers which were older than my teenage daughters. so they are like end of life already. There's no way that they get security patches anymore. One thing why we did that was that usually the vulnerability scanners, the main reason they produce false positives is that they just look at the version numbers, and it's not so easy. Linux distributions fix the issues, but they don't necessarily change the version numbers, so you get lots of false positives. But if it's a Windows 2012 platform, then you can be pretty sure that no security patches are available anymore. So what did we see? 1 out of 7 vendors had these pretty easy to find vulnerabilities. And that's actually quite a large number if you consider that we just handpicked issues that we can be pretty sure that is a vulnerability. No, this doesn't include any kind of just accepting any sort of vulnerability scanner result or things like this are handpicked, and we are pretty sure where we can be sure that this is an issue, but then it's a limited number of things that we are looking at. So still 1 out of 7 had issues. Now from that group, we divided the vendors to A, B, and C. So A group does an excellent job. They fix issues quickly, communicate clearly. B group, they take things seriously, but the fixing takes time. Then the C group, they do not respond at all. That's fine, but at least fix the issues. When they do not respond, they don't fix the issues, or they give some very weird explanation. Like very often we got this explanation that, yeah, we have this database exposed, but it's okay because we are not using it anymore. And then we talked that, okay, but maybe you used it, maybe there's some important data in it. If they still don't fix it, they get to the category C. Couple of stories about each category. So the A category, what I love, they were these relentless hunters. So large organizations typically had trouble finding the owner of the services, and they had trouble then fixing it. But some went like way more beyond what is expected from them. Like, for example, one vendor, they couldn't find who is the actual owner of the system, so they went to the financial department that, okay, who is paying the bills for this like server space provider? Can we find the owner from that way? No, that didn't help. Then, hey, we have that old ticketing system. Maybe there are some referrals to that server on that ticketing system, and that's where the win came from. So there was this old ticketing system, somebody had set up the server, and unlike in one of the previous presentations, there was also a person who had left the job, but luckily he had a peer who knew about the service. So really this going out their way to fix the issues. On the B category, quite often 2 problems. Large organization cannot find the owner of the system, or they have forgotten to do the life cycle planning. They have built something on top of some very old operating system. Now the only fix is to move that system to a more modern one, and that doesn't happen quickly. On the C category, bug bounties have done a lot of good to information security. I already mentioned from the C category those exposed database companies. One thing I was surprised to find is that sometimes when we report this, the vendor requires us to report it through a bug bounty program. And those programs are set up so that usually there is someone doing the triage before they forward the information to relevant people. And we were facing this problem that they are paying money, so they demand demonstration of the issue. And we didn't want to do the demonstration because we were not interested about the bounties. We wanted to report these issues to as many as possible. We could send 50 reports at the same time that we would have to spend for proof of concept. And we already saw in this campaign that those issues were in practice exploited. So we tried to talk to the triage people that we don't need the money, forget the money, just put this report forward to the persons who need to know. And approximately 50% of the time, the report was left there standing on the desk of the triage person who is even maybe not part of the company. It's just from the bug bounty program services. 50% of the time it was forwarded and then the issues got fixed. So very sad to see that sometimes running a bug bounty program with not clear instructions, you might end up to category C. That's slightly sad. Impact. There's actually a bunch of cybersecurity companies in Finland. Some of them are in quite north, near the Santa Claus. One thing is common for these Finnish companies is that they try to be a little bit different. Not because of being different, but they have some insane obsessions. Like my personal obsession, for example, is impact. Usually cybersecurity companies are optimized for making profit. When cybersecurity people found companies, it can be that they optimize for the impact and then they just wish very much that it will turn into profit also. So if you want impact yourself, 7% of the organizations were having the security TXT file, which is a pretty standard way of informing to outsiders that how do we want to have a report. So that's not a huge number. So quite a few don't have a systematic process. Some of them they don't have it, but they still have the systematic process. But let's say 10% has a process for this. So other 90% of the cases, people will think that you are a big bounty hunter trying to scam them. It's a salesperson trying to get a sales meeting, and they try to sell their tools. You're some sort of scammer or somehow not important. So if you actually want impact, you need to put effort to the report. And here, if you are going to report, here are some tips for you how to do it. If you are receiving reports, here are some tips that how you can start distinguishing that which reports are more like a scam and which reports are valid. So even if, tip number one, even if you use templates and automation, have a hint of human in the report. So what we do is there's a person sending the report and the person write the personal opinions and notes to the beginning of the report. Then explain why they are getting it, of course. But then the most important thing, give all the information immediately. Don't try to hide it. This will give the opportunity to anyone who gets the report to check that is this a scam or not. They can go and check that, do they have that vulnerability. Then be available for questions. Quite often, the vulnerabilities were fixed only when the vendor was able to say that, no, we don't have this issue. Then we say that, oh, but we think you do. Here's some proof. And then but no, we don't. And then we think that maybe it was a honeypot or something like that. But in the last email, turns out that, oh, we actually made a mistake. We thought that this is exposed only to our internal side, but it was exposed after all to the external side as well. So be available for questions. Secret. I'm probably nobody's watching the stream, right? So one secret in the industry is that everybody thinks that dealing with humans is hard. So everybody wants to build pure automation so that nobody needs to be dealing with humans. So once we started human-to-human communication in these campaigns, it's not that big deal. 95% of the cases, it's just reminding that you have an issue. It's responding to a couple of emails. It's really a small portion, and you will get a significant change in the results. I would guesstimate that if you just throw the report out there 10% of the time, it will get fixed. With this approach, 2 out of 3 cases, the problems got fixed. So really pay attention and be helpful towards your vendors. And if you do it like that, they will appreciate it. Lessons learned, there is hope. Lots of vendors actually do fix the issues. It's just, do we stare at the ones that don't, or do we look at those who do? Being helpful pays off. You get much better results. You get this positive thing going on. You will get thanked by your vendors, and you can leverage that to build more trust and be able to collaborate together even more. So I hope that you will all start checking your vendors in practice, make it a business issue for them, that it makes sense to do cyber well, because as long as it's done just on paper, there's no real incentive, and only the ones who really care will do it. But if you start checking all your vendors, all the business people start thinking that it makes sense. So, I'm free for questions.
Yes, thank you so much, Jan. So once more, let's begin from the questions from the audience here, live. Any hands? Yep, we have there at the very end.
Just a moment.
In the dark, making it even harder to see.
Hello, thank you for good presentation. One question from my side. I understand that in Finland and in other countries, public organizations, government companies, they cannot choose what vendor they want. They need to do this RFI, RFP, and then who is bidding and exactly offering the best price. So what would be your recommendation? Because imagine if you will eliminate somebody because of some security checks, you can go to court and say you are just do not allowing me to do business and etc. So is enterprise, it's okay, but what would be your recommendations for government sector?
Excellent. Thank you. Excellent question. I think you could put in the procurement phase, I think you could put different requirements for the vendors. For example, that the vendor needs to be able to react to vulnerabilities. They need to have like a way to report vulnerabilities. And I don't know, you might even be able to put there in that they will be run this check and it will be part of the acceptance process. I'm sure that you cannot do based on the historical information maybe, but maybe you can put to the requirements that what will happen next and what we will be checking before we will be accepting you as a vendor.
Perfect. Hey, one more question here in the front.
Yes, I do have a question associated with vendor identification. How do you identify vendors, either by legal name, by brand name? Does it matter? And maybe a bit to the background, like I guess it might be very different if you are having consultancy contract with Accenture, yeah? If it's from Spain, Latvia, Venezuela, so.
Yeah. Thank you for that question. So how do we accept? We try to find the legal name. So the participants or customers, they name the vendors. Sometimes they use the product name. Sometimes they use the old name, but the company was already acquired and stuff like that. So whenever a new vendor gets into our lists, we go and do a little background check and see what's the legal names and stuff like that. And then when it comes to a consultancy, if it's a big consultancy company, they usually have like centralized way of dealing with certain incidents and vulnerabilities. So as this approach, it's not focusing so much on which exact vulnerability they had, but what's the capability of the organization to start dealing with cyber issues. So getting to know that process will provide you some insight that what if your specific consultants would like leak information, would have a problem with their back-end systems or stuff like that. What's the capability of the organization to start dealing with it systematically?
Any more questions from the audience? If not, we have a few online as well. Did you find any correlation with the size of the vendor and how they responded to your disclosure? Because many large vendors have like a SOC report. They would just point you to that if there are any.
Yes, good question. So size didn't actually, only thing that the size matters was that there's more problematic for them to find who's the owner. But yes, we did have, for example, these SOC services. We have like a couple of vendors who have a saying that these bug reports go to the SOC service to die. So basically, quite often when we hear that, thank you for this report, we take this very serious and we have forwarded this to our centralized SOC service, we never hear from them again. So some peculiarities like this, yes.
And another question, and I said, how far in dependencies should you go? Did you go and check? In most cases, there are dependencies that are dependent on other dependencies, and those are la la la.
Yeah. The automation brings in some of the dependencies. So what ended up happening that we had to help actually the vendor to talk to their vendor. So quite often they were small companies, they had acquired some service, they don't know anything about cybersecurity, so we sent a report and they go, oh, don't understand. And we said that, okay, this actually looks like this is your service provider, hook us up with the service provider and we will help them to fix the issue. So that's how it, so we did have some recursion, yes.
Yeah, okay. And then a final question. Do you operate in Czech companies only in Finland or also outside?
Outside also, definitely.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you so much. The last time to ask an on-site question. 1, 2, 3. That's it. Thank you so much. You've earned yourself a nice CyberChess talks as well.
Thank you very much.
Hope to see you next year here as well.
Thank you.
And have some fun stories to share as well. Perfect.
Thank you.
So we already mentioned the importance of SOC here, and the next speaker is specifically the one that will talk about that as well. He knows the supply chain is as strong as its weakest link, and he is a gentleman who has been working in cybersecurity in more than 20 years. His specific experience in red teaming, penetration testing, SOC readiness testing, and he will share how organizations can prepare their SOC teams to detect and respond to incidents very quickly. So something that we slightly touched upon here as well. And he will use insights from the project called Cyber Soldier. So please welcome Dr. Mariusz Stawowski. The floor is all yours.
It's a pleasure to be with you here. I will talk about not so nice topics like presented here, that nice to see about the vulnerabilities disclosed, nice to hear about the tests, but when we talk about our company, readiness for ransomware, it is something really, really difficult. I am personally taking part as a consultant in such projects, and for the company it is extremely difficult to prepare for the cyber crisis. And personally I also took part in some presentations about ransomware, real cases, and that presentation concentrates only on the technical issues. They do not mostly look at people who are responsible for managing the crisis. And when the company is in the process of preparation, we humans are the most important. And during this short presentation, I will just highlight the main points. And I think the topic is relevant to all the companies in the world, because nowadays no company can say that I am protected, I will not fall the victim of cyber attack. Recently, well-known car manufacturer stopped the production for some weeks because of cyber attack. One of the main vendors in cybersecurity was penetrated by Chinese hackers for 2 years, so there is no company that can say, I am safe, I spend a lot of money for the security technology, and I will not be the victim of cyber attack. So the presentation is relevant to everyone, to any company. I will go through 3 main topics. First, how to prepare the plan, then how to prepare people, and then how to verify that the cybersecurity technology is really working. And unfortunately, there is no scanners or tools available that can provide us these goals. We need to do it in a bit different way. Information about my company. Clico is operating in more than 30 companies, 30 countries, cooperating with, I think, thousands of companies. We started our journey with cybersecurity from the very beginning. In 1995, we started cooperation with Check Point. I remember 2009. Personally, I provided the first Palo Alto networks presentation here in Riga and in Tallinn. It's quite a long time ago. And you probably know our engineers from the defensive competences side, because in our team we have the checkpoint experts, CyberArk experts, Imperva, F5, Palo Alto experts, Sentinel-1 experts, Zscaler experts, Recorded Future experts. But we also have very strong team, red team. When you look at the certificates that our experts hold, OffSec Experience Penetration Tester, AWS Red Team Expert, and the others, this team cooperate with the blue team, and we created some interesting tools. Most of these tools are available free, and I would like to explain how you can use these tools for the preparation of the company for the cyber crisis. Let's start from the planning. Every company should start from the definition, what for my company means the crisis. There is a very good standard, ISO 22361. You can utilize this standard. This standard would help us to define what means that the incident becomes the crisis, when the strategic crisis management should start. Very often when I talk with the managers, they ask me, you know, we are using these scanners, we have respected commercial scanners. We also invested a lot in the technologies. We have top from the Gartner Magic Quadrants technologies. We have EDRs, we have microsegmentation, everything in place. How the crisis, how the ransomware is possible. And the problem is that the vulnerability scanners and security patching, they detect and mitigate only the vulnerabilities in software. When you look at the reports from ransomware attacks, you would see that cybercriminals are using many vulnerabilities not detected by scanners and not mitigated by security patches. Configuration errors, mentioned before, AWS configuration errors, Active Directory errors, SMB configuration errors. For example, you can make the simple test. Look into your Active Directory. Who is the member of domain admins? When you see that there are technical accounts added to domain admins, this is the configuration mistake, and probably such mistake could be used by cybercriminals. Weak cyber hygiene. People are using the same passwords on many systems. Once in the bank, we discovered that 362 servers have the same password for local administrator account in the bank. Overuse of admin accounts. Domain administrators are logging to the workstations, to the old servers using the credentials of domain admin. Weak security awareness. Programmers, developers use the software from internet, from whoever know what was the source of this software downloaded by the software developers. Third-party vulnerabilities, the recent Salesforce incident, it is the example. We should be aware that during the cyber crisis, our employees could not work normally, because the cyber crisis, like ransomware or the huge data leakage when we do not know what's going on in our IT infrastructure, causes a lot of stress, and what is worse, also causes the decision paralysis. When I was a consultant in case of ransomware attacks during the recovery phase, very often I got the question, Mariusz, what we should do? What you should do? People really do not know what to do in the case, and also the stress makes, as I said, the decision paralysis. How to prepare people for such situation? First of all, we need to have the plans. Not only the procedure for incident management, but also the crisis management procedure, accurate procedure that explains step by step what we should do, and also the responsibilities. People should know that my responsibility is to analyze the firewall logs. My responsibility is to analyze the endpoint detection log, and so on. And the plan, creating the plan is not enough. We should also conduct the tests of the plan and involve responsible people in the tests. So first, we need to prepare people for incident management, and also we should, in the production system, organize, in most cases we call it purple teaming, that there is the simulation of real cyber attack, and people, responsible people, use the available tools, for example, SIEM, EDR, XDR, NDR, and all the tools available in the company, they use it for the incident handling. This is the best way to prepare people for the cyber attack. Simulate the cyber attack and teach people how to properly behave. The plans, how we should prepare the plans. I strongly recommend not reinventing the wheel, because the wheel exists for thousands of years. Also, in the crisis management planning, we should use the recognized standards. There are two standards, set of standards, ISO 27035 for incident management, operational incident management, and ISO 22361 for the strategy crisis management. It's well prepared. We should use it. Having the plan is not enough. We should test this plan. And this slide is particularly important for countries like Latvia, Lithuania, Finland, Estonia, Poland as well, Ukraine. We should look at cyber crisis not only from the IT point of view, because in the press we hear about a lot of cases that one country aircrafts are crossing our borders, drones from that particular country are destroyed on our territories. And in the case of some political conflict or other kind of conflict, we should be aware that the drones could destroy our local on-premises data infrastructure. And the solution for this case, the natural solution, is creating disaster recovery. The main servers should be located in the data center in other country, far from our country. And also the natural way to protect this infrastructure is using Security Service Edge. Security Service Edge is a cloud-native technology that was created of course, for protection of on-premises systems, but also for the cloud infrastructure. It is very natural to use it. So the data center is in European Union, far from our country. The management of the cybersecurity system is protected by SSE vendor. So even in case of ransomware attack, what is the problem of the incident management during the ransomware attack when we have everything on premise? Also, I was the victim of let's say, a part of the victim because I supported the company. The on-premise management system of antivirus was destroyed during the ransomware attack, and we had a lot of problems with analysis because all the Windows servers were encrypted, also the management system of cybersecurity. So in Security Service Edge, such problem does not exist because the management system is in the cloud, is protected by the security vendor. And also in Security Service Edge technology, we have the vulnerability scanners or the vulnerability management tools for the cloud-related problems. It's called Cloud Security Posture Management. It is built-in element of Security Service Edge. If you would like to know more about the Security Service Edge, in the exhibition room there is Zscaler. So I strongly invite you to contact Zscaler people, and they will provide you more information about the technology. How to prepare people for the incident. Some years ago, we initiated the project called Cyber Soldier, and this project was motivated by the companies, mostly in Poland, who implemented Security Operations Center as the response for the first version of NIS directive. And they sent operators and analysts of SOC to available incident handler trainings, incident response trainings. These trainings are still available by educational companies from Israel, from US as well. And the problem was that they were at the trainings, they participated in the trainings, and they came back and they still were not able to conduct their duties. First of all, the available trainings were too simplistic. For example, they trained how to cope with the Mimikatz credentials dump, and they started with the administrator privileges. That is absolutely unrealistic. To dump the credentials, first we need to conduct the discovery, we need to find vulnerability, we need to access the system, we need to escalate the privileges, we need to overcome the antivirus, bypass antivirus, and then we can dump the credentials. And they were not training such realistic incidents during the incident management. Frankly speaking, they were not able to do the realistic cyber attack because most of us, most of people working in SOCs, they are not advanced pen testers. They are not able to conduct realistic cyber attack scenario. And the main problem of them was the tools. They trained using some open source tools for incident management, but in companies they do not have these tools. Nowadays the forensic tools are built in EDRs when you have Checkpoint, Palo Alto, Trend Micro, Sentinel-1. Probably some of you are using Sentinel-1. In Sentinel-1 you have great forensic tools. And people train incident management, incident response using some open source. They came back and they are using completely different tools. So we initiated Cyber Soldier project. And in this project, we created the infrastructure for the incident management and, frankly speaking, incident management training using SIEM and using EDRs and XDR solutions. The training environment consists of two elements. There is the cyber range and there is the BAS application, breach and attack simulation. And both elements are available during incident response training. The cyber range consists of the same elements as most enterprise networks. There is Active Directory, there are domain controllers, there is database servers, there is web servers, file servers, email servers, and so on. And also there are safeguards. And the main idea is to use, during the incident response, the same tools like people have in their companies. So when, for example, the company is using Checkpoint, in the cyber range, we have Checkpoint EDR and Checkpoint Firewall. If they are using Palo Alto, there is Palo Alto Firewall and Cortex XDR. If there is Sentinel-1, there is Sentinel-1 installed. If there is Elastic, there is Elastic tools inside. Trend Micro, Trend Micro. So people train incident response using the same tools they have in their companies. And what is important, they conduct realistic attack scenarios. In Cyber Soldier, as you can look here, it is educational BAS application. You have the attack path, the scenarios. You have the steps of the scenario. and you have very accurate description, what's going on. So people are very aware what they are doing. So first, during the incident response, people attack the infrastructure. They execute realistic attack path, and based on this realistic attack path, they conduct incident response. So the main features of the training available also in your country is the training uses the forensic tools available in EDR, XDRs. They are using SIEM technology, if we are talking about elastic technology. And training, what is also important, is conducted by the expert of particular technology. If there is incident response in checkpoint, for example, or incident response in elastic security, the training is provided by the expert from that particular technology, the expert who knows very well how to use the forensic tools available in particular technology. We have very realistic cyber range. It is very similar to your enterprise networks with all the elements that are frequently attacked by the cyber criminals. All the attack paths are realistic. They were also verified many times during the red teams in production systems. So there is no artificial capture the flags. All the tests like Kerber roasting and others are very realistic. They are based on threat intelligence, and we do not need to be the offensive security experts. We do not need to be the pen testing expert, red teamers to do the red team part, because there is Cyber Soldier bus, and this educational application helps us to conduct the realistic cyber attacks. More information is available on cybersoldier.eu. If you are interested, as an example, I will show you our recent, the program of our recent training, incident response in elastic security. So you can see here that after a very short introduction, what is red teaming, adversary emulation, what is cyber range, and so on, we immediately start from the Active Directory reconnaissance, network reconnaissance, deploying web shell on editable SMB share. Then we conduct the incident response using the SIEM and endpoint detection response technology. The second day is only practice. We have the Kerber roasting attack, password spraying attack, credential dumping, and the incident response part. Third day, the same. We start with the exploitation of SMB, credential dumping in some lateral movement, and the incident response. So everything here is very realistic. So people are trained for the incident response on the very realistic cyber attack scenarios. The most difficult part of the company preparation for the cyber attack is the verification of the cybersecurity system. Cybersecurity system in production, not in some testing environment. There is the recognized framework, TIBER-EU. TIBER-EU provides the recommendations how to test the cybersecurity in production environment. The main requirement is engaging threat intelligence provider. So the experts in threat intelligence should prepare the report, and in the report there are information, there are recommendations what kind of red team tests should be conducted in our production system. Useful information for this kind of units can be provided by Recorded Future. I also met Recorded Future here in exhibition room. So if you are interested in this kind of information, I think that experts from Recorded Future could provide you more information. Also from Recorded Future, you can learn what is ransomware as a service, what is initial access broker. This is the limitation of red teaming. The real cyber criminals can buy the tools, specialized professional tools on the black market. As I mentioned, ransomware as a service. They can use initial access brokers. They can buy stolen credentials. this infrastructure and these techniques are not available for ethical red teamers. So Tiber requires so-called leg up. The recommendation tries to force the company to conduct the realistic red teaming and realistic verification of the safeguards of production systems. Leg up means that when, for example, after the phishing phase, after, for example, 3 weeks, the red team is not able to come inside the organization because through that time the employees are careful, for example, because they know that someone is testing them. Leg up means that the company should allow the red team to continue the plan. So go inside the network and conduct all the tests. To help the companies achieve this goal, I mean the verification of cybersecurity system in production, we created specialized tool. At the moment, the tool is based on MITRE framework. In MITRE, you can find the particular threat actors because Tiber EU also requires that the red team should be tailored for the particular threat actors. So we should choose the threat actor who there is the high likelihood that the actor could attack our organization. For example, when we are in financial sector, the Korean Lazarus group could attack us. When we are the government or the critical infrastructure, APT 28, APT 29, APT 44, the Russian groups could attack our organizations. So we have the information about the techniques, but how to use these techniques. We created the tool called Threat Intelligence Assistant. The tool is available on this URL. It is free for everybody. And using this tool, you can select the particular threat actor. And for this threat actor, you got the complete plan of red team exercises. You have the reconnaissance, initial access, command and control phase, active directory reconnaissance, credential access, lateral movement, all the phases till the critical asset compromise. And the tool generates very accurate red team plan with all the instructions. You can see what kind of tool you should use, how to prepare this tool, how to configure this tool, all this ready for the test. So as I said, this tool is dedicated to help the companies to properly verify the effectiveness of cybersecurity. And also you can use the special matrix, detection and observability assessment matrix. This matrix was created by our experts through very accurate tests. In the cyber range, we installed I think the most recognizable and respectful cybersecurity solutions. We installed EDRs, XDRs, NDRs, also next generation firewalls. All of these systems are in the Gartner Magic Quadrants, and we conducted very accurate tests of effectiveness. And when the company is conducting red teaming, they can look or should look, if they like, this matrix and compare the results. If they see that, for example, in the face of net NTLM reflection and relying, when they see that they have very poor results of EDR, of other solutions, this indicates that we should verify the configuration, the design of our safeguards, because our results of detection are lower than the expected. One last thing that I would like to mention is the security of the tests. You know that there is no tool at the moment that is considered to be 100% safe. And during the red team, we have access as red teamers to very sensitive information. We discover critical vulnerabilities in production systems. The tools discover these vulnerabilities, and also the tools. For example, during the credential dump phase, they access the credentials of privileged accounts, very often domain admin accounts, and this information is available for the tools. To be 100% sure that the tools that are very complex at the moment, for example, command and control tools like Sliver, InPacket, NanoDump, and the others, it's very difficult for the red teamers to verify the safety of all these tools. The solution is simple, just to isolate the red team station from internet. And Cyber Soldier bus is equipped with all the necessary tools. There is no need for internet connectivity, so the tests could be conducted in a very safe way. To summarize, I really recommend to conduct the preparation of cyber crisis using, first of all, the respected standards. There are ISO standards that we can use for the formal part, and then we can practically prepare people that are responsible for the incident and crisis management. There are available incident response trainings. And using the threat intelligence assistant, you can generate the red team plan for a particular threat actor and conduct in a safe way, effective way, the verification of cybersecurity of our production systems. That's all from my side. As I said, the tools are available publicly, so cybersoldier.eu. You can verify it if you like.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks. So first of all, as usual, are there any questions from on-site participants? Not so much, but we have a few online. So the first one that popped in, what do you think? What are the personal qualities does a good SOC analyst need? Sorry. Overall question, but...
It's a very, very difficult question, because in SOC we have many responsibilities, and there is responsibility for the forensic, for detection, for analysis, for gathering the evidence. So I am not able in simple way to answer this question, because there are many responsibilities. First of all, for the SOC we have the procedures. From the procedures we know what kind of skills are required for the people who would use these procedures. We have the procedure for detection, for investigation, for triage, for response, and the qualification needed depends on the procedures. And also, when you look at Security Operations Center, in the Security Operations Center we have main responsibilities: incident response, but we have also vulnerability management. Some are attack surface management. So there are many responsibilities of the SOC, and these responsibilities should be covered by the competences of people responsible to, let's say, conduct these duties.
So a person with many, many talents. So yeah, doesn't like make our life much easier. But another thing, a question: is the Cyber Soldier training only suited for teams, or can an individual also try that by themselves?
It depends on the country. In Poland, it is for individuals because at the education site of Kliko, there are open dates that individuals can sign for the training. For outside Poland, we organize the trainings for groups, mostly. Also for some countries in Bulgaria, Romania, we have some open trainings, but for most of the countries outside Poland, Bulgaria and Romania, we organize it for groups. At least 4 people are required for the training to be organized.
Okay, another final question. A bit tricky one, but do you know if real hackers use your tools to hack other companies?
They can. Theoretically, they can, because they can use the threat intelligence assistant, and in threat intelligence assistant there are very accurate instructions how to conduct the attack path, how to bypass EDR, for example. So theoretically they can, but I think that cyber criminals are professionals, and even without cyber soldier they can do it. And cyber soldier is mostly dedicated for people who are not professional hackers.
Okay, perfect. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yep, you've earned your CyberChess shocks as well. Thank you. Hope to meet you at the next CyberChess conference as well. But for us, we all go out for lunch. During lunchtime, we'll have a podcast recording on the main stage called Boots and Suits, where will be a panel discussion on the uneasy partnership between military, public, and private sectors. After lunch, we come back here, and here we'll have stories about from failure to success on how to build CTFs, how to build breaches, data breaches fine, and what to do when your tools are used against you, living off the land attacks. On the main stage, we'll have operational technologies. It will be NATO experts from UK and USA. We'll talk about critical infrastructure protection. And on Cyber Shock, we'll have cyber exercises, from the nationwide exercises to student CTFs, how to develop them and how to perform them. Other than that, downstairs is a restaurant for lunch. See you back at 1:30. And for the online participants, have a nice coffee at home, and see you back at 1:30 as well. Thank you. Hey, welcome back. Welcome back to Cyber Stories. Those here, I hope you had a good lunch and good coffee break. Those by the screen, register next time for on-site participation, and you'll be able to enjoy the networking and lunch as well. But here we have the next hour and a half dedicated to a track named From Failure to Success, but how I renamed it during lunchtime, I'd like to rephrase it, the struggles of the curious doers. Because not always people are courage enough to step forward and start doing, despite the fact that maybe they are not so upskilled yet as they think that they should be. So today we'll have 3 different stories. Our local one from Latvia, we'll have one from Kosovo, and one from Romania. So again, 3 totally different countries, totally different approaches. The first topic that we are going to dive into is the capture the flag. You might have noticed that we have a CyberChess capture the flag every year when we organize CyberChess. Also, this year was not an exclusion. We had one 2 days before the conference, Monday and Tuesday. How many of you participated in the CTF? A few. How did you like it? Good? Excellent, yeah. I know, Kirill, yeah, I know you participated, yeah. And so you might not know that it was organized by our Canadian friends, Hackfest. They had a presentation on the keynote as well, Patrick. And as well, some of the tasks were developed by our own local students, because we wanted to go out of our usual bubble. Usually we have our CTF cybersecurity experts playing, but we wanted to go outside. So we included our friends Martin CTF. So, and this will be the story specifically about Martin CTF, how they grew from just an, if I may say, a scrappy student-led competition now to a full-blown event with 200 participants as now collaborating with us, CERT.LV and CyberChess. And there will be a lady student, curious IT student, who not just organizes hackathons, she does coding camps, somehow still finds time to mentor students, prototype electronics, and occasionally break stuff just for fun and to see what happens if so. So buckle up and give a warm welcome to our own IT student and CTF enthusiast, Katrina Bukova.
Hi. So I guess I will just jump right into it. And I am presenting about the story of Martin. Martin. Martin CTF, you heard about it. It is a cybersecurity event for fun. A CTF was a bit described to you about how it is, but we want to talk about this event as a whole. Not only the CTF part of it, but organizing it, our story. My story as Martins 0451. We are not a cult or a science experiment, but our organization is very funky. We are trying to be fun and goofy and more eccentric, and really, all of the organizers for this event are named Martins, and I am just one of many. But in general, as you heard, a CTF is a cybersecurity competition, a challenge, a compilation of exercises where you are encouraged to find a plain text, a text string, usually encoded very specially, and that's what we call a flag. And we encode them in a bunch of tasks, programs, logical kind of solutions where you just try to find them. And it's meant to be a kind of a simulation, a very containerized idea of how to use skills, techniques, and vulnerabilities to be an attacker in a very kind of a safe experimental way, and it's what we wanted to do. But really, how did Martin CTF, how did it all begin? In 2022, really 3 Martin were at the right place and the right time. The right time, but we were students studying, and in general, we kind of got the zeitgeist of it. The whole, the sphere in our the student atmosphere was that cybersecurity is really cool. Cybersec, hackers, we're cool, man. It is something we talk about as IT students. We need to know vulnerabilities and such and such. I don't want to make a website with holes in them, but it's very intimidating because how can you really comprehend what you cannot see? It's only something that you feel the effects of afterwards. And it's very difficult to get into it. It's just like, it's very scary, very important, only for professionals, and I couldn't really do it. Where do I even begin? So aside from really some courses on university, we have some courses, maybe at University of Latvia speaking, and a master course at RTU, and there were some like private courses, and also what other CTFs are there? There is CyberChess CTF, very popular, but that's the big boy pants you have to be part of CyberChess CTF, and then the CyberChess, but that's only from like 16 to 25. But what if you are the professional and you want to start somewhere? And our right place was that we were those students that kind of felt it and were in the right place to have the interest, the time to do it as students. No, relatively, we were still busy, but still had the time, and the audience, being other students. We understood the zeitgeist and understood the need and demand for it, and had the empathy, because in reality, we wanted to do something that we wish we had. So we had the vision for it, and we wanted to make a safe trial of doing it for beginners, for people who are interested in it. And so it was really 3 IT students missing a practical cybersec. And so in 22, we started with the idea, and others also caught up on it. And we had a team that wanted to try it out, making our own CTF. So we actually did. We made our first CTF in 2023. And it was a very humble beginning, and really it was all, we had to have a vision for it, understand what are we really making it about. And we started with our visual identity, the vision, the mission, and it was very much about, there was concept art, we had visuals, we actually drew a lot and talked a lot, and it was a lot of, throwing things at the wall. But there was this one combining idea of having a character you could make the event around, to have something to emphasize about. Now, also, we wanted it to be kind of Latvian, because this is a Latvian CTF, and it will be so cool with a big old Latvian CTF. We want to make it sound, but there's CyberPlus and so on. And actually, during the conversations about what could be our CTF name, we were butting heads, and I was like, oh, temporary solution, let's call it Martin CTF. We'll decide later what exactly it will be with Martin CTF. Guess what? A temporary solution often becomes the permanent one. And that became our identity. This idea of having Martin, the Jānis, or the little Antiņš, the idea of the fool making mistakes and having these kind of problems and tasks that you help to solve. You have to understand that, in a sense, you're Martinj, we're Martinj. We're just trying to do our best and try, fix solution, break things, and see what's inside. And our whole visual identity to us. Every organizer is a Martinj. As I said, I'm 0451. And in general, this is the face of Martinj. And we have whole lore of having an evil guy that is named different, and it's a hacker, and so on. And in general, starting with the identity, really solidified us as a team and having a vision of what we want to do together. And so actually a lot of the events and tasks were based on real events, because we wanted the practical side of it. And we also were very, very creative of this, making fake companies that maybe, if you understand what this is a reference to, simulates or tries to be tasks for that happen in real life, or something like that, where it is inspired by a lot of things that do happen in cybersec. We followed along it. And so we were starting out, we had these ideas, we wanted to do stuff, but we needed some sort of help, and we reached out to Possible Security. I have to shout out to them, because of them we had our resources. We finally could get server resources specifically to host our tasks. And surprisingly, we didn't even need that many resources. So shout out to our greats that actually helped us happen for the first time ever. And through it, we also had our website. I want to show our website because it does tell our story as well, because this is we're not HTML, CSS lovers. We needed the site for the information to exist. Like, the whole site was quite the trouble. The footer broken. We didn't know why. We couldn't fix it. We were trying our best. This is the humble story of how 3 IT students trying to make a website. Don't worry, the website will come up again. And also, because we were students, we used the opportunity, the fact that we are students. And Latvian Student Council in the University of Latvia, we pitched the idea, the event to them. And it also was new, and they didn't really understand what we were trying to do, but they supported us. They gave us a budget, a venue, where to host it. Because the whole concept to us was also very scary. And guess what? There were many, many flubs, mistakes, mishaps. Well, you will see it throughout the next stories of how it went. The event structure in general for our CTF wanted to be all-encompassing. We wanted to have online so that people could remotely work, and also an in-person day where you could do in-person tasks, and kind of network and meet your teammates. But also to have lectures. So it had some sort of teachings of ethics or experienced people telling how to hack communication platform Discord, and we created all the tasks, everything around Martins. So how did the first year go? So we were not experienced. The remote part went well. We had tasks, everything worked. But the in-person task was that we had our venue, which was actually university venue, which was pretty much the classrooms of it. So turns out on Sunday, the doors are closed, so we had manually open up for each participant that was coming in. No, the people running the university did not want to keep them open, so we had to do it manually. So, okay, so we have to open the doors. We have to make identification. Crap, did any of us think about that? Nope, we're going to DIY with a piece of paper and handwritten. Hey, we wanted to stream the last award ceremony. No streaming. Our phones and my earphones with a mic on it, where I literally interviewed people. So how did it go? Walking up to them, scuffed as it can get, terrible. Our photographers, organizers, using their phones. You would say it's a complete disaster, but no, the whole event happened. People actually saw through it. It's fine. A lot of people came. We had prizes. People participated, DIY'd their own flags as a team. It really caught on, and we awarded them our prizes. Our prizes for first place holders was a piece of grass, because you should touch it. And despite how it was our first trial and how bad we don't compare to CyberChess, how we began with being an attempt. We had 80 participants in total, mostly, of course, students, because that was our audience, and that's what reach we had. But still, 5 different universities, teams 25, and around 70 tasks, easy to hard. And as you can see, people. Those are the flag submissions, as in you found a flag submitted, and you can see what is the percentage of that. And with being so open, the response was also overwhelmingly positive. Like, this is from participants. They made memes about our events, and it made the sense of community. This idea of Martins really caught on, and people played with us, played with the funny things they found about the event, as well as complained them through memes, and we completely accepted it. That's real. Yep, sometimes if there was a bug in a task, that's a feature, my guy. And genuinely, it was a first good attempt. So the next year, we thought, okay, first year happened, somehow it happened. It's got to be bigger. It's got to be bigger and better, baby. So we did. We got more organizers. We tried to make more challenging tasks that actually came from other companies, because it was a chance for them to also scout talent, see stats, how people do. And we even made 2 tracks of advanced and beginners, and even a game show segment. Well, it happened. It went well, trust. And the resources actually were still not drained too much, surprisingly. And we were even getting recognition with this year. As we said, it leveled up. Look at those nice pictures. We got a photographer. And an actual venue where people could actually enter in freely, badges for once. And there was actually an escape room where you had to use Raspberry Pis and all tech to escape it. And yeah, the event actually was at a higher tier. And for once, the momentum was still there. Insane. The website, look at it. A bit better. Footer fixed. It took us a year, guys, but we did it. And participants doubled. It is insane to us, the growth of it, how we doubled participants, both from multiple institutions, teams, and people. The fact that we had these 2 brackets, tracks, how people could decide. Beginners, how we decided those who are beginners and advanced were the participants themselves. They assigned themselves, are you a beginner or are you advanced? As you can see, most people consider themselves beginners. This is their first try. And Martins CTF being the opportunity for them to try is a big deal for us. Recognition for this. And this is the big deal with the second part, is that we finally got really recognized, even though it's our second year of organizing it, where, yeah, we were nominated, we got a thank you from the Ministry of Defense, and we were considered an academic achievement of the year. But also, I think one of the most important things about being recognized is that the National Cybersecurity Challenge also recognized us. That means it was not only cool for us to be, oh, look at us, we're so cool, but for participants to be part of this event, that was also cool for them because they got extra points in their next challenges. As in, we were a CTF serious enough so that you could get benefits in other challenges for it. You were awarded points for being part of our CTF. So it was beneficial in both sides, being an organizer and a participant here. Look at us, beautiful, beautiful people participating in person. And that was the second year. The third year, that's happening now. We want it even bigger now. Well, we are trying to make it even bigger. It's yet to happen. It's happening next month. So we've been organizing it, and hopefully it's going to be now reaching the Baltics. Now, mostly the tracks are divided into remote and in person, as we are keeping the structure the same. It works. There's still lots to do, and really, right now, the only good thing, the great thing I can also report, look at our website. We found a person that likes CSS and HTML, part of Martins. This is great news so far. And the website is fancy. And I could talk now more about all the problems we had, all the little stories of mishaps and our problems, which is really part of a CTF of all our problems. The first year streaming, the funny part about Izdruk Abdruk is that we had to make documents, because we had a budget, we could actually get stuff, we could buy stuff. Guess what, in the documents we screwed up and wrote Abdruka, which is to make maybe printed shirts, into Izdruka, which means you can only work with paper. So we had a budget of a few hundred euros for paper only. And it was like a waste, and there's many of our mistakes. For example, how during a CTF, one of our infrastructure guys accidentally, so he configured that pressing enter restarts the whole infrastructure, as in creates downtime for our participants. And at one point, he just came in and accidentally pressed it. So we had unexpected downtime. Sorry, participants, unexpected. One of our guys pressed the restart button. And we had a lot of other kind of mishaps that I could talk about. And certainly don't have a problem talking about it, because that's part of our event, is being very transparent. This is how we run the event, and why Martin character is so strong. We're very open. We want to talk about this event and to learn from it. That's why also participants are very encouraged to tell how it was, the bad and the good. But really, the reflections are, you really don't need much for a CTF. CTFs are fun, and we were surprised how little they are of Latvian grassroots events like these. And you genuinely just need the basics. And I would even say, really, Martin CTF, the scuffed year of DIYing badges and opening doors, is as really in spirit as good as hopefully this year. It feels equal in their own right. The spirit's still there, and that's generally it. The mission to us has always been clear, is to get people into have fun with cybersecurity. And we do need support to grow. That's why it's important to have a community, to have the participants to also have fun and give us their experiences, and for them to talk about it. And to also be recognized by professionals. It gives us credit. It gives us authentic authority certificates of us being cool. Because we really need this motivation as well. We don't earn anything from this. We are doing this for the love of the game. And yeah, as I said, CTFs are actually very cheap. CTFD is an open source tool, which is where it hosts all the tasks. It's like an Olympiad where you see every task that we have prepared. You do need an infrastructure of servers and open VPNs, but the technical parts can actually be helped. If you have done it once, you can probably do it again. And if anything, I can message us, we can help it with it. And to organize the challenge yourself, you can actually buy them. Everywhere else around the world, CTFs are very common, and there's many websites for it. And you can actually, it's a common practice, CTF. It's a popular term. We're not like the first ones to ever do a CTF, and people offer to actually buy them from them. And generally, the other thing you need for CTF is promotion. Make yourself heard. So this was a story. Remember, this is a story of me, of all of my Martin. And really, the lessons we learn is that just be transparent. All the mistakes, you will most likely be hacking your CTF if you want to make a CTF. That's fine. We just generally try to stay very human and transparent about it and talk about our problems and hear and listen to our participants, what they want. And really important, if you really want to do something in cybersecurity, just do it. Like, we were students that wanted a CTF, had some experience then, and just wanted to try. And that's very much part of a CTFing, is giving it your all and really just hitting your head around the solution that you're trying to get, and then finding people that can help you, or the internet and so on. And that's really part of it. There's some challenges ahead, really, about a CTF is a gamified hacking. So there is a very important side note to it, that we want to show ethical hacking, as in there is responsibility when you're learning these kind of tricks and vulnerabilities, and how to use them ethically, and to really only hack things that you are given permission to hack. That is very important, and that's also something we think about. Every task we make, we first ask, okay, how legal is this? Okay, lockpicking, is it legal in Latvia? Can we show that in person? Oh no, okay, we shouldn't do this. It's a lot of talking about this, what are we teaching, what are we giving participants to do, and how legal is it? As well as, for example, we want to host our own radio stations so that people can listen to other frequencies and be part of a radio network. But how legal is it to make your own antenna? And it asks a lot of questions about it, how we want to also be correct. We want to be a good example. And really, there aren't that many of us, and it's very important, no Martin as in to host these events, nor our event, nor every other, and it's very important to have people that are fostering the community of CTFs and IT and willing to do things for it, and so that we can ensure succession, so that things still happen. 3 years is kind of insane for a student event to keep going this far. So that really is about the organization. We were students, University of Latvia Computer Science Student Council, and we actually even, so that this event has more legs to them, more roots, can stay longer, we branched and even made an association with the same name, but so that it could last longer, and these types of events, but still would be very volunteer-based and doing it for the love of the game. So, Martin CTF, that's why I'm here, because it still is running for the 3rd year and hopefully more. And it's a Jeopardy-style CTF challenge for teams of 1 to 5 people, our target audience being people who are willing to try, who are willing to experiment and give it their go at a CTF and hacking competition. And if you want to participate as well, by the way, again, we are organizing, the event is happening, don't worry, there'll be a QR code, next slide. But if the site, the good site, is at mcetf.org. We are organizing it again. Hopefully it's gonna be better also this year. We don't want to lose the momentum. And participate. You can be in a team, you can have fun with it. We certainly also want to have fun with it. We have great joy in making this, and hopefully you too, if you participate. So participate. Yeah. I guess thank you, that's my talk. I explained my story.
Thank you, Katrina. I think this was both very energetic and inspiring as well. So if some people were wondering how hard it is to run a CTF, I'd say very hard, but it's a lot of fun along the way as well. Yeah. So I hope this presentation will give you as well a lot of other helping hands. You'll find many Martins, I think, in this community as well. And maybe some sponsors or supporters for many things you need to get this onto the next level as well. So are there any questions from the audience here? Yes, we do have here on the first row.
Just a moment.
Yep, here on the other end. Yep.
If I want to run the CTF in my organization, which talks in English, can I ask you to organize for our audience?
Yes, that is actually something we really want to do. We have thought about having mini CTFs inside organizations that's only for their employees, because we are also preparing tasks that are both as challenging tasks, but also tasks that are very introductory, where your hand is held throughout how to solve them. And this is something the Computer Association Datoric Association is very into and wants to do, and other people. It is a practice. If you really want to talk about it, I'm totally down. We can talk about it afterwards as well. And then anybody else offering, it's something we want to do because our goal is to foster greater computer hacker IT literacy, and tasks are a fun way to do it. It gives a very practical face to it.
Perfect. Is there any other question from the audience? I think I have a question, like, is there one thing that you did on the first 2 CTFs and you would definitely not do again when organizing a CTF? Hold my beer moment.
I have brought with me more things that I want to keep doing.
Okay.
The things that I made mistakes on the first year, we didn't do for the next year. We do keep trying. I guess
something fun will be, maybe.
Something funny that we found as a mistake to not do again?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard. It's a real struggle. I guess not as many. Like,
or this is Tilfy red.
If it can be an email, make it an email. I guess that would be a takeaway. There were many times when we met up. Okay, we should meet up to make this event. Nothing to talk about. And it was generally it is very much about respecting each other's time to make this event, because we don't earn anything from this other than the satisfaction of making the event. And so it is very much about, yeah, fostering a community, but fostering and taking care of Martinš ourselves, and we should be really respectful. So yeah, that's, I guess, a good take, a lesson that I'm just now carrying with this CTF.
So you mentioned the community. How have you seen that the community of CTFs, how many people pay, has been increasing over time? Like how it was 2 years ago and how many players you have now?
It is insane going to most university events or cybersecurity and hearing, oh yeah, I participated in Martinš CTF, oh Martinš, like it being a recognizable thing. For me, it does feel like a bubble, and the fact that many youths that are now in cybersecurity, the national challenge, or somewhere else in university, are referencing the event even afterwards. And one of the greatest, I think, the feeling of the butterfly effect of making an event was hearing that some employee said, yeah, in a CV, I saw that somebody wrote that they participated and won first place at Martinš CTF. Huh, I'll check it out. Insane that somebody thought it was good, like impressive enough to put it in their CV.
Perfect. I think that's a very good place to start. So yeah. Invite everyone online, checking this out as well, participate. It will be at the end of November?
Yeah, November 21st, first days remotely, and 23rd is the in-person event.
Perfect. Everyone from the Baltics can participate.
Yeah, you don't even have to be from the Baltics. We're just advertising. Our reach now is trying to get Baltic universities, but you can be from anywhere. It's fine.
We have 28 countries here, so you might have...
all of you are invited.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you so much, Katrina. I hope that all of you who are now thinking about maybe I need to develop a CTF back at home or back at my institution now have at least someone to talk to and maybe get some background info as well and get inspired to do so as well. Thank you, Katrina. You've earned your socks as well, please. Yes. And hope to see you next time with another bunch of successful stories to tell as well. Thank you so much. So this was about the CTF. Before I run on to the next topic, I have some new important 2 things to say. First of all, we have a satisfaction survey regarding CyberChess. Please, I'd like everyone to scan a QR code. Sorry, yeah, I'm standing in front. Scan a QR code and fill out the satisfaction survey. Just what kind of topics would you like to hear? What kind of speakers you loved? What kind of moderators you liked as well? Which were the best? And everything that you feel comfortable in sharing, because that will definitely give us some tips into developing the next CyberChess as even better than this was this year. Next thing about questions. Again, you're more than encouraged to ask questions here just by raising your hand, but there will be a Menti code available also, so you can not just scan a Menti and ask your question, but also vote for the questions that were asked. That would guarantee that the questions that you are most interested in would be asked to the presenter as well. Yeah, that's the Menti code. A lot of QR codes, sorry, yeah. But our next speaker and our next topic will be a bit different. We'll talk about how hackers can use your own systems against you. Basically, it's inviting someone in your kitchen and seeing how they are cooking up trouble with your pots and pans in their hands. And this story will be told us by a person who has more than 20 years experience in the IT industry, in the telecom and security, who's blending, I think, both the academia and the industry together. Please welcome Dr. Katalin Alexander Mitrea. The floors are yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here in this lovely city, Riga, and to be part of this prestigious event as CyberChess. My name is Katalin Mitrea. I'm a sales engineer at Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global, worldwide company which is located in Europe, in Bucharest, actually, Romania. Today's topic, you'll find it very interesting because I also have a very interesting use case, a real use case that happened on a real customer, right? In the Middle East, it's a health company which was infected with ransomware, and they actually, the attackers leveraged this kind of living on the land techniques, right? So what's up with this kind of techniques, right? These are actually tools, scripts, libraries which are part by default on all the operating system, right? I talk about Windows, Linux, macOS, whatever you can think there. Each of the operating system, by default, they come with this kind of tools, right? And essentially, they should be used for good purposes, not for malicious purposes, right? So what happened, actually, and this is actually the result of research made by Bitdefender in the last years, they actually analyzed with the help of Bitdefender Labs, which is an essential part of Bitdefender. We also took in consideration and we collaborated with our MDR SOC team, and they actually analyzed more than 500,000 of real incidents happening there, right? And they come up with some numbers, and they figure out that, for example, more than 80% of the major incidents, right, which are, were investigated, are using this kind of living of the land attack techniques. These are actually, again, these are techniques which, where the attackers basically, they are leveraging existing tools which are part of that operating system, right? Which are part are existing on that machine. If you check what this guy says, like blast back group, I don't know, it's something that, I mean, we found it on dark web monitoring, right? They say that if we use standard utilities, we won't be detected. We never drop tools on those machines. So the trend changed, actually, right? What happens these days, attackers, they stop to use malicious files. They don't use malicious scripts anymore, right? Because this attracts attention. It's more or less any AV solution that is there, it will be able to detect, you know, somehow a malicious file. It will be able to detect malicious scripts. But if you use this kind of techniques, it's very, very difficult to detect them, right? There is no detection happening there. It's about behavior. And even behavior is very tricky because if you check the logs, if you check the audit information, it feels like a real admin, IT guy performed the task there, right? Now, why this kind of attacks are also very dangerous, it can be easily used in all the attack phases, right? And also this creates, if you think about, a lot of unnecessary attack surface, right? These are basically tools that can be used, but in reality, we found out that they are not needed on those machines for most of the users. Just a few small parts of admins, for example, they are using specific tools, but the rest of 99% of the tools, they are not used. But again, they are part and deployed by default on the operating system, right? So again, these are very, flexible, very viable to reuse on different attack phases. Can be used for reconnaissance, for example. They can be used for initial access, lateral movement. And I have a very interesting use case that I will show you today. It's about a ransomware use case that affected the company, and the attackers, they were very, very smart. They only leverage this kind of attacks techniques. Right? Now, what are the most commonly used binaries? And these are just some of them, right? You can see that then there are many binaries, scripts, which are part of all the operating system there, right? And the reality is that these kind of tools can be easily used by the attackers. And I'm just giving you some examples. I mean, there are tools here that most of the IT guys don't know what they do, right? But just put a question, I mean, the attackers, they know what they can do with a specific tool, right? For example, PowerShell is being used for more than by more than 80% of the companies to perform a variety of administrative tasks. But I can tell you that, for example, PowerShell in a company, right? You have like HR department, R&D department, production department, developing department, whatever. For example, in HR department, right? We realize that most of the user, the group, the HR doesn't use PowerShell, but it's by default part of those operating systems, right? It's available there. So what the attackers can try, actually, they will try to infiltrate somehow or use that PowerShell tools, PowerShell, let's say, tool which is available there, right? To perform some damage, to infiltrate somehow, to do something, right? So for example, PowerShell is used by cyber criminals to execute files, malware in memory. They can do actually a lot of stuff. They can harm a lot with this kind of tools. But not only PowerShell. There are, for example, C-script, right? C-script, if you ask the IT guys, they will say, what is C-script? We don't know. I mean, by the name, you can think about what's the purpose. But in reality, just a few people know that that can be also used to perform different tasks on Windows machines. I'm talking about Windows now, right? But this can be easily applied to other operating systems, Linux and Mac OS, right? So all these kind of tools are available by default there. Their nature, it's not malicious, right? But the attackers actually, they find out ways to leverage that to perform damage. Now, this is about a shrink locker. This is a ransomware use case, which was discovered actually last year. Bitdefender help of organization with our threat intel, our experts to find out what happened. So it's about the Middle East health organization. From there, it's enterprise level, so a few thousand of endpoints, right? And in this specific ransomware use case, you will see that the attackers managed to use only living of the land attacks techniques, right? We think that initial access happened through contractor laptops, right? So again, this is also, I mean, just make up some brackets here. Supply chain security, it's also another part, and it's very important, which most of the customers, they tend to, let's say, neglect it, right? So it's very important. Bitdefender has solution also for this. We can talk up after during the event. But let's move forward with this specific ransomware use case. Again, this is a real use case, and this is the output explained somehow simply that, I mean, is the result of our investigation, of Bitdefender investigation, right? So using that contractor laptop, which was managed or unmanaged, we are not sure yet, and the attacker was able to use some stole credentials actually to access the domain controller, right? Lateral movement happened here. So what was the next steps? They actually started to modify domain policies and deploy scripts to a shared location. If you think about it, they use VB-script, right? So VB-script, again, it's something that, I don't know if it's still used. It's old technology. Microsoft wants to retire, is it? But they say that, okay, we cannot do that because it's still used by some applications, right? So VB-script is very old technology. The code that was written there, it's actually something 10 years old, right? Which had good intention, right? It was used by the admin on that machine. So what happened further? We talk manage endpoints here, right? Group policy created scheduled task on all the domain's machines. Again, if you think about it, nothing malicious till now from an audit point of view. Nothing was downloaded, no script, no malicious script was executed, right? Everything was reused from what was existing there. So what happened further? The scheduled task executed the scripts, right? Using VB-script, and at this time, just look a little bit. they actually reset BitLocker encryption, right? So those machines were actually protected with BitLocker encryption. So by simply changing the encryption keys of the existing infrastructure there, on the existing infrastructure, they changed it actually with some pseudo-random keys which were sent to the command and control location server, right? Again, what happened next? You have machines which are where the encryption were changed, right? Basically, when the machines rebooted, the victims, they could see the claim, the ransomware claim. Hey, contact this address if you want to regain access to your machines. Again, if you look about and you check this attack, which was delivered successfully, right? Everything was executed, clean. Everything was clean. And it's amazing how they can do that without actually leaving any traces. Imagine it's like you rob a bank and the bank doesn't know that was rape, right? It will see later. So they actually managed to do that in such a smart way that it didn't attract attention at all. Nothing was downloaded again. They didn't use any fancy encryption algorithms, right? Encryption techniques to do that. They just simply and smartly changed the encryption keys from BitLocker, which was already deployed there, right? So it looks easy, it's very clean, and again, it doesn't attract attention, right? They don't need to do any, to download any payload and so on. So for us, it was like, okay, we realized that this is a trend, and we need to find out ways to defend against this. Right? Now, if we move forward, what makes actually this kind of attacks techniques so dangerous? These are actually very flexible techniques. I was saying that can be used during all the attack phases, like from initial reconnaissance, scanning, brute force, lateral movement, even encryption, right? As I was showing you the case with BitLocker. It uses, as you can see here, it uses legitimate tools which are signed by the operating system. That's very tricky, right? It's not easy to detect this kind of attacks techniques. You have to look on different parts, like, okay, what's the behavior? And even the behavior can be legitimate, right? Even if you have, for example, SOC teams which are monitoring your organization, even for them it's very tricky to detect this. For example, I can tell you that with managed detection response capabilities, the SOC team will actually have to perform threat hunting activities. Even the organization looks clean, they will perform these scheduled threat hunting activities just to see if something abnormal is seen there, right? Because they can compare with the baseline created for that organization, and if something changes, deviates from normality, they will be able to dig further, right? So again, I don't know if you notice the wolf here, right? It's easy like that. It's easy to not to see it, right? These are actually how the living on the land techniques operate, right? Very dangerous again, very easy to flexible to use them in all the attack phases, and are very difficult to be detected. And it can create a lot of damage with actually not investing maybe too much effort in doing that. Now, what are the, let's say, some effective security, what are the best practices to defend against this kind of techniques, right? For example, you should use this kind of strict application to restrict access to a specific system and give rights only enough to perform the duty and the task there, nothing more, right? Implement defense in depth. So it's not only about having a good detection system, for example. You need to take in consideration proactive techniques for hardening systems, for example, right? Hardening, most of the times, it's somehow neglected by the customers, but it's a very important step of cybersecurity. Harden, close all the windows and doors if you don't need them, right? Don't leave anything open unnecessarily. It's about hardening, but it's also about detection, and at the end of the day, it's the best effort that you can think about, right? So it's not, you don't have only endpoints these days. You have mobile security, you have email infrastructure, cloud tenants, cloud applications, social media, right? All this actually creates a lot of attack surface, and you have to address each of them, right? It's not just enough to focus on a direction and not take in consideration the rest of infrastructure. Segment your network. It looks like, I don't know, very simple statement here, but it's a very strong one. So the idea is that to limit, for example, and somehow restrict lateral movement, right? To move from one endpoint to another endpoint, move from mobile devices to a server, right? Then to the cloud. You need to have some sort of limitations here in that sense, right? And of course, training is still one of the most important part for security, right? You need to train the employees. It's always a lot of effort conducted in that sense. At the end of the day, it's just a matter to try to have the best protection and detection, train the employees, right? At the end of the day, nothing is perfect, so it's just the best effort you have to involve and add it to your infrastructure. Okay, that's it. I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from there is from the room here on the first row? Thank you.
Hi.
Yeah.
So your headline is when your tools are going to be used against you. So for bad actor to get where they get there now, would you agree or disagree? It starts maybe sometimes with, say, HR teams who are posting the job applications, like specifically say, oh, we are using this and this and this, we're looking for junior and that, and then the bad actor, this is how we can get.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily, but you know, during a classical attack, that part with reconnaissance and scanning, making your research on the victim, right? Let's say this is a targeted attack. During a targeted attack, let's say a spear phishing, right? During this, to have success with that targeted attack, you need to do some research on that organization, and the research takes like 3 to 4 months. A time when they will scan your public-facing assets, right? Like domain IPs that you use. What is the infrastructure that you have in the backend? Do you use any web servers or databases that can be somehow leveraged? Are there any vulnerabilities there, right? All this kind of information, including social media, right? They will check social media, say, okay, what the HR is posting there? Can I use any information that is posted there, right? If they can use that one, they will definitely use it, right? So it's very important what you put there also, right? As details about the infrastructure or details about the, we have a new, for example, we have a new position, it's DevOps, and they will work with this infrastructure, and you give the details of the infrastructure, right version, they will use that. They will check, okay, they have next generation, I don't know, web service or some elastic database. What are the vulnerabilities that they have there, right? Can I use that one to infiltrate? Can I use to perform, to do some damage? It's simple as that, right? So this part with public-facing assets and how much information you expose to publicly is also very important. It's critical most of the times, right?
Okay.
But we talk only about the small part, which is the initial reconnaissance. Yeah, good question. Thank you.
We have, yes, we have another speaker.
Hello, thank you for presentation and for scary scenario. Just technical question about, and if you can disclose, please disclose. If not, say not. But technically now when this happened, a long time ago, or it was quite
last year.
So that means last year,
2024.
but in other hand, all the laptops have TPM card, and usually BitLocker credentials, that master is kept in TPM. So we want to say that it's so easy by group policy to get hacked into TPM.
I don't know exactly. I don't have this kind of details, but that's a real situation. It happened like that. We still don't know all the details, to be honest. I mean, we are still discovering some new stuff that happened there. But what I presented here is, as you can imagine, it's just the high-level view of what we think it happened.
I understand,
yeah.
but that's why I say this story is very scary. If it's without any antivirus or whatever agent identification, you can just go and do something in DPM, which is treated as quite secure way, place to store BitLocker.
But think about now, they had this kind of admin credentials. They were stolen, maybe most probably from somewhere. So if you have admin credentials, you can do whatever you want in more or less in that infrastructure, right? With some comments, with some So yeah, I think it's a very smart way to perform damage, right? Without actually attracting too much attention about that. Ideally, I mean, nobody should know about, I mean, the victim company will not know anything until the machine reboots, and that's a shock. So what happened, right? So they were managed. So everything was managed. They encrypt. You may think like, okay, BitLocker, it's good to have it, right? And you feel like you're sleeping very well during the night because the machines are encrypted with BitLocker. So this can happen. Yeah. Yes.
So we have a few questions online as well that I can ask. So first of all, how do you protect your default programs, like PowerShell, CUS host, from executing custom scripts? Is there any software for signing or registering scripts, and only those that are allowed to execute?
Yeah, we have, I mean, we can talk after the presentation. Bitdefender has solutions for this, and we actually launched some months ago a new technology, is machine learning, but was specifically designed for this kind of attack techniques, right? And not only living off the land, but can also handle hacking tools, remote tools, crypto miners as well, right? Crypto miners, for example, they are essentially not malicious, if you think about that, right? But we have, for example, I can share with you, we had a very interesting use case with a large university in Europe. They deployed our solution, and they found out that most of the machines are infected with crypto miners. They didn't know about that. There were students' machine, teachers' machine as well, laptops, and everything was infected with crypto miners. They were complaining like, hey, we don't know what is happening because the machines are very slow.
So right? You think twice between deploying your products. You might not like what you see at the end.
Yeah, we have solutions for that, and we can discuss in private after that. You'll find it very interesting.
Outside, just outside the room.
We can gladly talk about that.
And a final question online is, what about the living of the land attacks in Mac operation systems?
Yeah, for now we handle Windows, but next month or this month we will also have support for macOS and Linux operating system fully. Yeah. Okay. So we focused in the first phase on Windows because Windows is still one of the most targeted, but trends are changing. I mean, macOS also, it's started to be very, very attractive for threat actors, and Linux as well, right? So we are actually handling we'll handle all the operating system, right?
Perfect. Thank you so much. Again, you have also now the lucky owner of the CyberChess socks.
This is what I came here.
Yes.
Thank you.
And there's an extra thing. There's also candies inside that look like the chess figures as well.
Yeah,
so
great.
This is something to get you back as well for the next year. So thank you for the interesting presentation.
Have a nice day.
Before we cut to the next presentation, some practical details. This will be all for our online participants, as our next presentation will be under the Traffic Light Protocol Amber. So see you all next year, but those on site, have a nice I don't know, sweet spot at the end. But before we cut chase to that, I want to remind you about the survey, satisfaction survey. Please scan the QR code, fill it in. The one thing that I forgot to mention is that you can also become a lucky owner of the CyberChess, infamous CyberChess socks. If you fill in the survey, you'll have there a separate window where you can enter your badge number. This is the small little numbers on the left corner of your badge. So if you fill in the satisfaction survey, say how great was the CyberChess all in all, and enter this badge number, maybe our general manager at the end of the day will give you the lovely CyberChess socks. Ooh, everyone's scanning. Yes, so we can. So, but the next